Tonight, let us sit beside one of the hardest kinds of wakefulness, not the wakefulness caused by noise outside the window or by a body that has not yet relaxed into sleep, but the wakefulness that comes when the past enters the room again. The one moment you still cannot stop revisiting. The sentence you wish you had never spoken. The hand you should have held. The truth you covered. The kindness you withheld. The warning you ignored. The person you failed, or the person you became for one terrible hour, and the way that hour still seems to glow in the dark more fiercely than all the years around it. Many people live with this kind of memory. They move through the day, finish ordinary tasks, answer messages, wash dishes, stand in doorways, smile when spoken to, and yet some part of the mind remains kneeling before an old scene as if the trial is still in session. The evidence has already been shown 1,000 times. The verdict has already been delivered. The punishment has never really ended. That is what makes this sorrow so exhausting. It is not only regret. Regret by itself can be clean. It can hurt deeply and still belong to the past. But self-accusation has a different rhythm. It keeps reopening the wound, not to understand it, but to prove once more that you deserve no peace. It says, look what you did. Look what you failed to do. Look what your fear, your pride, your anger, your delay cost someone else. Look again and again. Some mistakes deserve remorse. That is true. Some actions leave real harm behind them. Some silences become part of another person's loneliness. Some words cannot be unsaid. Some doors close because we closed them. Buddhism does not ask us to pretend otherwise. It does not ask us to paint wisdom over damage and call the lesson beautiful. It asks for something more difficult and more honest. It asks whether suffering must continue multiplying itself after the harm is already done. There is a difference between conscience and endless inner violence. Conscience tells the truth. It does not look away. It does not make excuses. But inner violence keeps beating the same confession long after it has ceased to become useful. It turns sorrow into identity. It turns one failure into a permanent self. It mistakes self-cruelty for moral seriousness. Maybe you know this feeling tonight. Maybe there is something in your own life that returns after midnight with old teeth. Perhaps you replay an argument and hear your voice become colder each time. Perhaps you remember a parent you did not visit soon enough, a child you frightened, a friendship you broke through stubbornness, a chance to protect someone that you let pass because you were afraid. Perhaps no one else remembers the scene as vividly as you do, and that makes it lonelier, not easier. If so, let these stories keep you company for a while. They are not stories about innocence. They are not stories about escaping consequence. They are stories about human beings who did harm, failed others, failed themselves, and then lived long enough to discover that guilt can become distorted when it never leaves the courtroom. They are stories about grief that wanted to become a sentence forever. They are stories about the slow, trembling difference between acknowledging a wrong and building your whole soul inside the ruins of it. Tonight, we will sit beside a father who struck his son once in anger and spent decades hearing that sound in the grain of wood. A midwife who arrived too late and could not stop measuring every road afterward against the one rainy night she hesitated. A brother who sold the family orchard because fear disguised itself as practicality. A woman whose last sentence to her dying sister became a private instrument of torment. Others too, each carrying a different form of blame, each learning slowly that remembering the truth and destroying the self are not the same act. So there is no need to rush toward forgiveness before the heart is ready. There is no need to force a clean moral lesson out of what still hurts. For now, it is enough to loosen the jaw a little, to let the breath descend 1 inch deeper, to sit in the dark without picking up the judge's hammer once more. Let the night be gentle. Let truth remain truth. And let us begin. Story 1. The carpenter who struck his son in anger. In a village where winters were not severe enough to stop work, only cold enough to make every tool feel sharper in the hand, there lived a carpenter named Thomas. His shop stood behind the house, half stone and half timber, with a low roof that clicked when the evening wind ohmed over it. Cedar boards leaned against one wall in long, pale stacks. A shaving horse sat near the door. The bench was dark from use, marked by old cuts, resin stains, and the smooth, polished places where his wrists had rested through the labor of years. Even when Thomas was not inside, the room kept his smell, wood dust, linseed oil, iron, and the smoke that entered his coat in winter and stayed there until spring. People trusted his hands. He built cots, cupboards, field gates, prayer stools, and once an entire schoolroom ceiling after a storm tore the first one down. He spoke little when he worked. He was known as solid, dependable, not easy with tenderness perhaps, but decent. The sort of man whose usefulness caused others to excuse the hardness they did not have to live beside. His son Peter was 12 the winter the mistake happened. The boy had his mother's eyes and his father's quietness, though in Peter, the quietness was softer, still undecided, not yet hardened into habit. He liked to linger near the workshop after school, not because he truly loved carpentry, but because the room felt important. Boards becoming tables, rough edges becoming something fit for human life. These transformations held him. Sometimes Thomas let the boy sand a stool leg or sort nails into jars. Sometimes he only told him to stand back and watch. That season, money was tight. A mill order had been delayed. One of Thomas's customers had died without paying. His wife, Helen, had begun cutting old blankets into strips to patch drafts at the windows. Thomas said little about these things, but tension moved through him like a second weather. He carried it to the table, to the bed, to the shop. The whole house learned to step around it. On the day it happened, the ground outside had frozen overnight and then turned to thin mud by noon. Peter came running into the workshop with a school arithmetic slate tucked under one arm. He had been told not to come while Thomas was planing longboards, but childhood often believes in exceptions for moments that seem small. He startled his father just as the blade caught a knot in the grain. The board jerked. Thomas lost his grip, and the plane bit crookedly, tearing a strip from the surface. It was a board already promised for a church lectern, straight-grained and expensive, the sort of piece a craftsman notices before anyone else would. For one flashing instant, anger rose through him faster than thought. He turned, seized the boy by the shoulder, and struck him across the face. The sound was sharp in the wood-filled room. It was not the hardest blow a child had ever received. That fact would torment Thomas for years, because it offered no comfort at all. The horror lay not in spectacle, but in precision. The whole workshop seemed to freeze around the instant. The plane on the floor, the smell of fresh cedar torn open. Peter's eyes wide, not only with pain, but with astonishment. That astonishment was what remained in Thomas long after the sting must have left the skin. Not merely that he had hit the boy, but that Peter had not expected him to. For a breath or two, neither moved. Then Peter stepped back. One hand lifted to his cheek, and Thomas saw fear enter the room like a third person. He said the boy's name at once. Once, then again. Peter, I did not. But every sentence sounded smaller than the fact of his own hand. The boy backed toward the door, not running, only retreating, with the broken obedience of someone trying not to make the moment worse. Then he slipped out into the yard. Thomas stood alone among the boards, his palms suddenly burning, as if it had struck heat instead of flesh. That night he tried to apologize. He sat beside Peter's bed after the lamp had been turned low. The room smelled of wool blanket, cold plaster, and the faint medicinal scent of the salve Helen had rubbed on the boy's cheek, though the red mark had already begun fading. Thomas spoke awkwardly, his elbows on his knees, both hands clasped as if restraining each other.
I was angry at the board, he said first, and knew at once how foolish it sounded. Then I was wrong. You should not have come in, but I was wrong. I should not have touched you that way. I am sorry. Peter looked down at the blanket. He nodded once because he was a good child and wanted the room calm again. Thomas nearly wept from that nod. It was too quick, too obedient. It asked nothing of him. It did not match the size of what had happened in his chest. Afterward, the house resumed its shape. Breakfasts were eaten. Work continued. Peter returned to the workshop sometimes, though not as often and never at a run. Years passed. The boy grew, studied, left for apprenticeship in another town, married, became a father himself. Outwardly, the damage was not a family catastrophe. No public fracture came from it, no lifelong estrangement. If one looked only from the road, the incident would seem too small to carry for decades. But Thomas carried it. He heard it when planing boards in winter. He saw Peter's startled eyes in the gloss of newly varnished pine. On feast days, when grown children gathered around the table and laughter rose between dishes, Thomas would suddenly remember that one bright sound in the workshop and feel the whole room dim inside him. The mind can preserve a few seconds with terrible fidelity when shame salts them hard enough. Sometimes he told himself he was exaggerating. Men of his father's generation had done worse without a second thought. Many children grew up under harsher hands. No bones had broken, no bruise had lasted beyond days. Yet this attempt at proportion never eased him. It only made him feel more cowardly. Because what conscience wanted was not comparison. It wanted truth. When Thomas was 68, Peter returned one winter to help repair the workshop roof after a windstorm tore away part of the western edge. Snow did not often remain in the village, but that week, a thin white crust lingered in the shaded places, turning the yard bright under the morning sun. Father and son worked side by side in the cold. Their movements had become quietly similar over the years, though Thomas had never said this aloud. The way Peter measured twice without comment, the way he braced one knee before lifting a beam, the way he tucked loose nails into the same corner of his mouth when both hands were busy. Near noon, they stopped to warm themselves with tea from a flask Helen had packed. Thomas stood below the open rafters, looking at the winter light caught in the dust, and felt suddenly that if he died before naming the thing fully, the silence itself would become another act of cowardice. "Peter," he said, and his voice sounded older than he intended. "Do you remember the day I struck you in the shop?" The question stayed between them, not dramatic, not thunderous, only exposed. Peter lowered the cup. He did not pretend not to know. "Yes," he said. Thomas had imagined many possibilities over the years: denial, confusion, anger, dismissal. What he had not imagined was the gentle steadiness with which his son would answer. "I've been sorry every day since," Thomas said.
then, but I never told the truth properly. It was not only anger, it was pride and worry and the ugliness of wanting the world to obey the pressure inside my own chest. I was ashamed afterward, but I think part of me used that shame to avoid looking at how frightened you must have been. Peter listened without interruption. Thomas kept going because age sometimes strips away the vanity that once disguised itself as restraint. I have wanted many times to believe it was a small thing, he said, but the truth is, it became large because it came from me. You trusted me. I broke something in that room, even if only for a minute. And I have asked forgiveness in my mind without giving you the burden of deciding whether to offer it. The winter air entered through the torn roof. Somewhere a crow called from the field wall. At last, Peter said, I was frightened. Not for long, but I was. Thomas closed his eyes. Then Peter added, I also knew even then that you hated yourself for it. That became its own kind of weight. I learned to protect you from the thing you had done. Those words cut more deeply than blame. Thomas understood suddenly that guilt had not only belonged to him, it had altered the child too, had required Peter to become careful around a grown man's remorse. I am sorry for that as well, Thomas whispered. They stood in the cold among the beams and tools. No magical release came. The past did not dissolve. Yet something truer entered the space between them because neither man was forcing the wound into a neat shape. Peter finally rested a hand on the old workbench. The scar in the wood from the torn church board still remained there, almost invisible now unless the light struck it sideways. You know what I remember most, he said. Not the blow. The look on your face after, like you had seen a stranger step out through your own skin. Thomas let out a rough breath that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. I did, he said. Peter nodded. Then perhaps, he answered, that stranger does not have to keep living here. The words did not absolve Thomas in any theatrical way. They did something quieter. They reminded him that remorse was meant to open the heart toward truth, not chain it forever to a single doorway. He could carry the memory honestly, keep the sorrow it deserved, and still stop kneeling beneath it, as if one worst moment were the only true measurement of his life. That evening, after Peter had gone inside, Thomas remained alone in the workshop. Cedar shavings curled at his feet. The bench stood under the dim lamp, exactly as it had on that long ago day, and yet not at all the same. He placed his hand flat on the worn wood, the same hand that had built beds and doors, the same hand that had struck in anger, the same hand now old enough to tremble slightly at rest. He did not bless it, he did not condemn it. He only let it remain there in the quiet, human, and fallible, no longer hidden from the truth, and no longer asked to serve as evidence in an endless trial. Story 2. The Midwife Who Arrived Too Late. In the hill country north of the Marsh Road, there lived a midwife named Ruth, known for calm hands and a voice that rarely rose above what was needed. She had delivered children in cottages, stone farmhouses, roadside inns, and once in a granary, because the labor came too suddenly for the family to move the mother indoors. She knew the smell of steam from boiled cloth, the look of a lamp about to die, the way men stood useless in doorways when fear had made them clumsy. She knew how to press a woman's back during the long hours. She knew the sudden hush that falls over a room when everyone begins listening for the same uncertain sound. For 23 years, she was the one people sent for when birth crossed from waiting into danger. The mistake happened in the season of heavy rain. A farmer's daughter from the outer road had sent word near sundown. Her labor had begun earlier than expected. The pains were strong. Could Ruth come before night deepened? The messenger was a boy of about 10, soaked to the knee, holding his cap in both hands. Ruth had just returned from another delivery and was exhausted. Her boots were still damp from creek water. The sky had become a solid iron sheet over the fields, and the marsh road beyond the chapel was notorious after dark. It swallowed cartwheels. Horses stumbled there. More than one traveler had spent whole nights trapped axle deep in black mud waiting for daylight. She questioned the boy. Was the labor truly urgent? Was there bleeding? Had the waters broken fully? Was the village woman already with the mother? The boy answered, as well as frightened children can. Yes, the older woman was there. No, he had not seen much blood. Yes, the pains were close together. No, he did not know how close. Yes, they were afraid. Ruth stood under the eaves while rain struck the yard in silver ropes. Fatigue moved through her bones with a stern, persuasive voice. She told herself there was still time. First births often lasted all night. The village woman knew the basics. If she waited for the worst of the storm to pass, the journey would be safer, and she would arrive better able to help. So she fed the horse, changed the lantern wick, packed fresh cloth, and told herself she was preparing carefully rather than hesitating. By the time she left, the rain had thickened into a curtain. The road fought her every step. Mud climbed the wheels. Twice she had to dismount and lead the mare around flooded ruts. The lantern flame pitched wildly behind its glass. Every delay became accusation before the journey was half done. When she reached the farmhouse, she knew before entering that something had gone terribly wrong. No one came to take the mare. The yard was too still. The front door stood open. Inside, the room smelled of sweat, wet wool, blood, and the sour helplessness that fills a place where people have already begun blaming themselves. The mother lay pale and drifting at the edge of consciousness. The child had come, but not lived. The older village woman was pressing cloths between the mother's legs, with hands already slippery from too much loss. Ruth moved at once. There was still the mother to save. She worked without pause through the next hour, directing water to be boiled, knots to be tied, bedding to be changed, herbs to be fetched, pressure to be held. She spoke the way she always did when urgency could not be allowed to fracture the room. Lower the lamp. More cloth. Keep her awake. Not that one. This one. Stay with me. Breathe again. By dawn, the bleeding had slowed. The mother would live. The child lay wrapped in a folded blanket at the far end of the room, too small beneath all that cloth. No one blamed Ruth directly. That made it worse. The father thanked her for saving his wife. The grandmother wept into her apron. The village woman kept repeating that perhaps it had always been going to happen this way, though her eyes slid once toward the unused chair by the hearth where Ruth would have sat had she arrived hours earlier. On the ride home, the road had begun to clear. Birds called from the soaked hedges as if morning were ordinary. The world had the indecency to continue. Ruth replayed the evening in exacting detail. The boy in the yard, the rain, the thought I can wait a little, the fresh lantern wick, the extra time spent sorting cloth, every practical choice now revealed a second face. Not care, delay. For months, she could not cross the marsh road without feeling her chest tighten. She returned to work because births continued whether the conscience was ready or not. Babies arrived in frost, in late harvest, in early thaw. Women called for her in the night. She went. She went faster than before, too fast sometimes. She rode in weather she would once have judged unsafe. She overcorrected in the direction of self-punishment and called it devotion. If a message came at dusk, she left immediately. If a family said perhaps there was still time, she assumed there was not. If rain began, she saddled the mare before anyone finished the sentence. Her reputation deepened. People called her tireless, brave. Ruth knew better. She was not operating from courage. She was running from one memory toward every future that might let her contradict it. Years passed. The mother survived and later had other children. Ruth helped deliver one of them. The woman never spoke of the first loss directly. She was kind. Her kindness felt unbearable. One autumn, when Ruth was already graying at the temples, she was asked to visit a convent infirmary where an older nun had taken ill. The journey was short, the work itself minor. After tending the nun, Ruth remained in the herb garden because evening had fallen softly and there was nowhere urgent to be for once. A sister from the convent, one who had once worked as a healer before taking vows, joined her among the rosemary beds. The woman noticed how Ruth's gaze kept drifting toward the far path where rainwater had darkened the stones. "There is a road you still travel in your mind," the sister said. Ruth almost denied it. Instead, to her own surprise, she answered, "Every day." The garden smelled of mint, wet dirt, and the first cold edge of evening. Ruth found herself telling the story more fully than she had ever told it before. The boy, the storm, the preparations, the lost child, the years of leaving too quickly for every call after that. When she finished, the sister asked only one question. "If you had gone at once, are you certain the child would have lived?" "No," Ruth said. The answer came out sharp, because she had wrestled with this already. "No, I am not certain, but I am certain I delayed." The sister nodded. "Then perhaps your conscience is telling the truth at one point and lying at another." Ruth frowned. "You delayed," the woman said gently. "That is the truth. But then the mind made a throne out of that truth and seated itself on it as final judge over life and death. You took one real failing and made it answer for what no human being can fully control." Ruth was silent for a long time. Rainwater slid from the convent roof in slow drops. Beyond the wall, crows crossed the evening sky like pieces of dark script. She thought of all the births she had attended since that night, all the mothers saved, all the children safely caught, all the times she had acted skillfully, kindly, in time. Yet her mind had built its whole tribunal around the one house where she came late. "If I stop accusing myself," she said at last, "it feels like I am betraying that child." The sister turned a rosemary stem between her fingers. "Or perhaps you have confused remembrance with punishment." Something in Ruth weakened then. Not in collapse, but in effort. She suddenly felt how tired she was of standing guard over the same scene, as if constant self-condemnation were the only honorable cradle she could still offer what had been lost. The sister did not excuse her. This mattered. There was no soft lie here, no easy washing away. "You were afraid of the road," the woman said. "You told yourself a practical story and hid inside it too long. That is yours to admit. But no child is helped now by your refusal to let mercy stand anywhere near the truth." Ruth breathed out slowly. The herb garden blurred before her eyes. In the years after that conversation, she changed little on the outside. She still rode quickly when called. She still kept her bag packed near the door. She still answered messages in weather that made younger women hesitate. But something in the inner chamber of blame lost its iron certainty. She began, from time to time, to say the lost child's name aloud when alone. Not dramatically, just once, as part of evening prayer. She included the mother, the father, the frightened boy who had brought the message, and the woman she herself had been damp-booted and exhausted under the eaves, wanting one more hour before danger asked something costly from her. This did not erase responsibility. It widened the field around it. At the end of her life, people remembered Ruth as devoted, capable, and brave in bad weather. She knew those were not the full truth. She also knew now that one delayed departure, however painful, was not the whole truth either. Between those two recognitions, a gentler honesty had finally become possible, and on certain rainy nights, when the road outside shone black under the lantern light, she still remembered, but she no longer believed memory had to carry a whip. Story 3. The Brother Who Sold the Family Orchard. In a dry valley where the land rolled outward in low, brown shoulders before lifting toward scrub hills, there had once been an orchard that everyone in the district simply called the Vale Orchard. It belonged to a family named Mercer, though belonged was not quite the right word. The trees seemed older than ownership. They had twisted themselves through drought, insects, bad harvests, and one small fire decades earlier that blackened the outer fence but somehow spared the roots. Apricot, plum, pear, and a few stubborn apple trees stood in long, wavering rows, their bark silvered by dust and age. Even in lean years, the orchard carried a kind of dignity. Children stole fruit from it in summer. Old men remembered courting beneath it. Women measured seasons by its bloom. Daniel Mercer grew up among those trees. As a boy, he knew how to judge ripeness by thumb pressure, how to prop a sagging branch with forked poles, how to move quietly among bees without provoking them. His father taught him to prune with patience, cut too much, and next year's fruit would suffer. Cut too little, and the whole tree would waste itself in tangled growth. Daniel did not inherit his father's patience. He inherited his worry instead. Worry can look like responsibility from a distance. Daniel learned early how to calculate the cost of feed, the risk of failed rain, the interest on loans, the price neighbors received for selling out while land agents were still paying well. Numbers moved through his mind, faster than sap, faster than bloom, faster than the older rhythm by which the orchard understood time. His father Samuel used to say that Daniel looked at the trees as if they were always halfway to becoming an emergency. Perhaps they were. The world had been changing around the valley for years. A new road cut near the ridge. Transport routes shifted. 2 nearby farms had already sold parcels to developers who wanted storage buildings and gravel lots. Younger men left for office work in the city and returned only on holidays, with soft hands and better shoes. Then Samuel fell ill. It began with fatigue, then a cough that did not clear, then the kind of silence from doctors that makes families start cleaning drawers long before anyone uses the word dying. By the last autumn of his life, Samuel could no longer walk the full eastern row. He sat in a cane chair under the shed awning and watched the hired boys do work he once would not have trusted to anyone else. One evening, after the bins had been stacked and the last truck sent down the road,
Samuel called Daniel to sit with him. The sky had gone the color of old peach flesh. Fallen leaves gathered at the edges of the yard in papery drifts. "Do not sell while I am still warm," Samuel said, with the grim humor sick men sometimes use when tenderness feels too exposed. Daniel tried to smile. "Don't talk like that. I'm talking exactly how I need to." Samuel coughed into a handkerchief, then looked toward the orchard. When he spoke again, the humor had gone. "If one day you must let it go, do it slowly and with a clear head. Not because a frightened season convinced you the land is worth less than your fear. Trees do not live by panic." Daniel nodded because he loved his father. He also nodded because he was already afraid. The winter after Samuel's burial, the valley froze harder than usual. 2 irrigation lines split. A warehouse contract Daniel had been counting on was canceled. The bank sent a letter whose polite language barely concealed threat. His younger sister, who lived 3 towns away and had children of her own, urged caution, but offered no practical plan beyond hang on a little longer. Men at the feed store spoke of more land sales coming soon. "If you wait too long," one said, "the price falls with every neighbor who gives in first." Daniel began lying awake in the farmhouse, listening to pipes knock in the walls and imagining every future as a version of late failure. Fear loves speed. It tells you that a fast wound is safer than a slow one. Within 3 months, Daniel met twice with a developer from the Ridge Road. The man wore clean boots meant to look rougher than they were, and spoke with oily respect about heritage, transition, and securing your family's future. He praised the land while describing almost casually how impractical orchards had become in the new market. He named figures large enough to make Daniel's jaw tighten, enough to settle the debt, repair the house, pay school fees for his sister's children, and leave a remainder that looked to a frightened mind very much like relief. Daniel signed before spring bloom. When his sister Anna arrived after receiving the letter, the trees were just beginning to flower. Pale petals shook in the wind, like something too delicate to belong to business at all. "You sold it already," she said. Daniel stood in the yard with the contract folded in his coat pocket, though by then the pocket felt less like carrying than concealment. "I had to, Anna repeated, or could not bear not knowing what would happen. Her anger was not loud. That made it worse. She walked the nearest row with both hands pressed against her elbows as if holding herself in. Their father's chair still sat beneath the shed awning. "He asked you to wait," she said at last. "He asked me not to ruin us with sentiment." Daniel shot back. Though even as he said it, he knew he was twisting the old man's meaning into something easier to defend. Anna turned toward him, eyes bright with disbelief. "Don't do that. Don't put your fear in his mouth." He wanted to argue more. Instead, he stood there hearing. Not her accusation,
but the truth beneath it. He had not sold from clarity. He had sold from the craving to end uncertainty at any cost. The developers took possession after the harvest. By the following year, survey flags stood in the rows. Fences came down, machines arrived. The old well was capped. Children stopped trespassing for fruit because there was no fruit left to steal. On the hill above town, people said progress with a shrug that meant helplessness or approval, depending on who spoke. Daniel kept the farmhouse for a time, but the land around it felt haunted by absence. Not mystical absence, practical absence. No ladders leaning against branches, no bins, no bees gathering thickly in spring, no smell of dropped fruit fermenting in late summer heat. Only the strange blankness that follows a decision made too quickly to absorb its own meaning. What tortured him most was that the sale solved some problems exactly as promised. Debts were paid. The roof was repaired. His sister's eldest boy attended a school their family could never have afforded before. This complicated guilt in a way he found almost unbearable. If the choice had been purely destructive, he might have hated himself cleanly. Instead, the world kept offering mixed evidence. Relief beside betrayal, benefit beside desecration. He began visiting the edge of the old property at dawn. Before workers arrived, he would stand where the third pair row had once been and try to remember the orchard hole. But memory under shame becomes selective. He no longer saw only blossoms and childhood. He saw his father's chair, the contract, the speed, the panic, dressed as decisiveness. Years later, after warehouses rose where the central rows had stood, Daniel met an elderly orchardist named Mr. Bell at the market in a neighboring town. Bell had known Samuel in the old cooperative days and carried himself with the stooped dignity of someone who had outlived both fashion and pretense. Over coffee in a roadside kitchen, Bell asked after the orchard. Daniel answered plainly, "Gone. Sold." Bell waited. The older generation often left space where younger people now rushed to fill it. "I sold too fast," Daniel said finally. Bell stirred his coffee. "Perhaps. My father asked me not to do exactly that. Perhaps." "I was afraid," Daniel snapped more sharply than he intended. Afraid of debt, of collapse, of being the fool who held on until nothing was left. "I keep saying the reasons because I think if I line them up properly, maybe they will excuse what I did. But they don't. They only explain how I got there." Bell set down the spoon. "That is already more honest than most men become," he said. Daniel laughed bitterly. "Honesty is not much use now." "No," Bell agreed.
But dishonesty is worse. The old man looked out the diner window where trucks hissed along the road in the rain. A mistake with land is hard because it does not stay in the mind alone, he said. You can walk out and see it altered. That makes the conscience hungry. It wants a punishment equally visible. But sometimes all it finds is the smaller and harder task of seeing yourself truthfully. Daniel said nothing. You did betray your father's wish, Bell continued. You sold out of fear. That is real. But do not make a religion out of one season of fear. Your whole life does not fit inside that contract. Daniel looked down at his hands. They were no longer young. Calloused still, though more from maintenance work now than orchard labor. He thought of how many years he had spent revisiting the sale, as if there were a hidden clause in memory that might someday undo it. What do I do with it then? He asked. Bell shrugged. You stop asking the past to become reversible. You speak your father honestly in your heart. You bless what the land gave. You grieve what your fear destroyed. And then you refuse the vanity of making your worst decision the most important thing about you. That word stayed with Daniel. Vanity. At first he resisted it. Guilt had felt like humility. But slowly he understood. To keep bowing forever before one mistake was not always moral seriousness. Sometimes it was another form of self-occupation, the belief that your failure must remain the central fact around which all life continues turning. When spring came that year, Daniel drove once to the ridge and parked near the back of the warehouse property. A few wild shoots had sprung up along the fence line where roots had once run deeper. The sight of them undid him a little, not because they promised restoration, but because they looked so ordinary, life persisting without grand permission. He stood there in the wind and finally said aloud, I was afraid. Then, after a long silence, he added, and I am sorry. No one answered. No sign came. The land remained changed. His father's chair remained empty in memory. Yet on the drive home, Daniel felt for the first time a small loosening. Not acquittal, something quieter. The beginning of carrying the truth without using it to strike himself again. Story 4. The woman who spoke the cruel sentence last. On the upper floor of a narrow brick house in the city, there was a room whose curtains were almost always half drawn, even in daylight. It was there that Clara spent the last months of her illness. The room smelled of boiled linen, chamomile tea gone cold, lamp oil, and the medicinal powders the doctor kept changing as if a different mixture might persuade the body to stay. Afternoon light entered weakly through the curtains and lay across the floorboards in thin, pale bands. By evening, the shadows thickened quickly. Sounds from the street below, carts, vendors, children turning corners too fast,
reached the room as if from another life entirely. Clara's sister, Evelyn, moved in and out of that space for 12 weeks with the dutiful exhaustion of someone who no longer knows where care ends and resentment begins. They had not always been close. Though outsiders assumed sisters remain joined by some automatic tenderness. As girls, they had been different in every visible way. Clara, older by 4 years, was graceful, admired, quick with language, and skilled at soothing their mother's tempers before the whole house took fire from them. Evelyn was rougher at the edges, less fluent in charm, quicker to silence than to reconciliation. Their adulthood only hardened these arrangements. Clara married young and poorly. Evelyn did not marry at all, taking bookkeeping work that taught her neatness but not ease. They loved one another, yes, in the way many families do, partially, inconsistently, with entire chambers left unopened. When Clara's illness worsened and her husband failed to be useful in any dependable sense, Evelyn stepped in because that is what the unchosen sibling often does. She organized the medicine drawer. She argued with the doctor about fees. She changed sheets, emptied basins, counted spoons, sat through the coughing hours after midnight, and kept her own life balanced precariously around someone else's dying. At first, she told herself her irritation was merely fatigue. Then it became clear that something older was mixing with the strain of care. Clara, even from bed, still had the old talent for directing a room without seeming to. She would ask for water in that soft voice which implied disappointment before refusal had even formed. She would remark gently that the pillows had been arranged differently when Mother used to do them. She would ask whether Evelyn had remembered to send a note, warm the broth, close the shutters, bring the shawl, move the lamp, call the doctor again. None of it was monstrous. That was part of the difficulty. Death had not made Clara cruel. It had only stripped away her ability to hide how much of life she had expected to be managed beautifully around her. Evelyn grew thinner. Her sleep broke into short, uneven pieces. The bookkeeping clients who still kept her employed began waiting longer for returns. She stopped going to Sunday walks. The whole house seemed to tilt toward the upstairs room and the woman inside it. One late afternoon near the end of October, after a night of fever and almost no sleep, Evelyn was sitting by the bed folding fresh cloths, while Clara asked for the third time in an hour whether the curtains might be adjusted because the light hurt her eyes. Evelyn rose and moved them. Clara sighed. "Not like that," she said. "The glare is worse now." Evelyn changed them again. A moment later, Clara murmured that the broth was too cold. It had only just been brought in. Then Clara said with weary softness, "I don't know why everything must become so hard with you." The sentence was not shouted. It was not theatrical. In some ways, it barely rose above ordinary complaint. yet it struck directly into all the old, hidden places. Evelyn felt every year of being the less graceful sister ignite at once. The one who could carry the bucket, keep the ledger, scrub the floor, stay up all night, but somehow still fail at gentleness. According to the family standard Clara had always embodied, without effort. And because exhaustion narrows the soul until only the oldest wound can fit through, Evelyn answered with a cruelty so swift that she heard it only after it had already become real. "Perhaps," she said, "because I am tired of spending my life cleaning up after your helplessness." The room went utterly still. Clara looked at her, not outraged, only wounded in a way that was somehow more terrible. The breath seemed to catch beneath her ribs. She turned her face slightly toward the window. Evelyn knew at once what she had done. She began speaking before the silence had even settled. "Clara, I did not mean. I am tired. That was ugly. I am sorry." Clara gave the small nod. Sick people give when they have no strength left for the emotional work of others. "It is all right," she whispered. But it was not all right. Clara died 2 days later, during a pale, rainy morning when the chimney smoke from neighboring houses could barely rise. The doctor said the end had likely already been near, that no sentence from a sister could have altered the body's descent. Friends said similar things. Even Clara's husband, who had seen too little and understood less, assured Evelyn that dying people say and hear many confused things near the end. None of it touched the real wound. For Evelyn, the cruelty had become fixed in place as the final true note between them, though if asked, any outsider could have named 100 more significant acts in the long history of their bond. Childhood games in the laundry yard, Clara sneaking orange peels into Evelyn's coat pocket in winter because she knew her sister liked the scent. Evelyn walking across half the city through snow to fetch a doctor the first year of Clara's marriage. A decade of birthday letters written faithfully, even when they had argued. But the mind under guilt is a brutal editor. It cuts away the whole book and preserves one page, stained beyond forgetting. After the funeral, Evelyn returned to her bookkeeping desk and found herself unable to total the simplest columns without hearing her own voice in that dim room. "Spending my life cleaning up after your helplessness." The sentence had become an iron strip inside her chest. For years she revised it in memory. If only she had gone downstairs first and breathed. If only she had laughed instead. If only she had answered the complaint with silence. If only she had remembered Clara was dying, rather than hearing once again the older sister who had always left her feeling graceless. These revisions changed nothing, but the mind insisted on making them. She kept one of Clara's shawls folded in her wardrobe, and sometimes took it out only to press her face into the wool and cry with the strange mix of love, shame, and rivalry that family grief can produce. She did not only mourn Clara, she mourned the sister she herself had been unable to become in that last room, patient, gentle, large-hearted enough not to strike back. Nearly 14 years later, Evelyn visited a quiet woman named Sister Agnes, who lived at a retreat house outside the city. People did not call Agnes a counselor. They called her sensible, which in that part of the country often meant holier than anyone dared say directly. Evelyn had gone first for practical reasons. A friend insisted the retreat house served good soup and asked few questions. But on the second afternoon, while rain tapped the window panes and other guests napped or walked the wet paths, she found herself telling Agnes about Clara. Not the whole life at first, only the sentence. Agnes listened without interruption. Her hands remained folded in her lap. When Evelyn finally stopped speaking, the room held that rare kind of silence that does not pressure grief into tidiness. "I know what I did," Evelyn said. "I am not asking to be told it wasn't wrong. I would not tell you that," Agnes answered. The clarity of it was almost a relief. Then Agnes asked, "Was that sentence true?" Evelyn stared at her. "What kind of question is that?" "A serious one." Evelyn looked down at the rain-spotted garden outside the window. "In one sense, yes," she said slowly. "I had spent months caring for her. Years, really, if I am honest about the whole family arrangement. And some part of me resented it long before she was ill. So it was not invented from nothing. No. Was it the whole truth?" Evelyn felt tears rise before she knew why. "No," she whispered, "not the whole truth." "What was the whole truth then?" "That I loved her, that I was tired, that I felt unseen, that she could be helpless in ways that asked too much, that I could be harsh in ways I hated, that we were both trapped inside roles older than either of us knew how to escape, that she was dying, that I wanted to comfort her and also wanted, for one stupid second, to make her feel how sharp she had always made me feel." Agnes nodded. The rain strengthened slightly against the glass. "Then perhaps," she said, "your guilt has remained faithful to one fragment, because the whole truth is harder to carry. The whole truth does not let you become purely monster or purely victim. It asks you to be human in a scene where humanity looked very poor." Evelyn wept then, quietly, with the exhausted grief of someone who has spent too many years sharpening a single blade, because broad sorrow felt less manageable than one pointed self-accusation. "I should have given her better last words," she said. "Perhaps," Agnes answered. "But the last words are not always the truest words. Sometimes they are only the words nearest the door." That thought stayed with Evelyn. It did not remove the cruelty. nothing could. But it loosened the terrible lie that one bitter sentence had the authority to define an entire sisterhood. In the years that followed, Evelyn began a small practice. On Clara's death day, she lit a candle, unfolded the old shawl, and spoke aloud not only the sentence she regretted, but also 3 memories that were gentler and more ordinary. Clara laughing with plum juice on her chin at age 9. Clara mending a torn cuff by lamplight. Clara once standing between Evelyn and their mother's anger when they were both young and afraid. At first this felt dishonest, as though she were diluting the guilt. Later she understood it differently. She was refusing the cruelty of partial truth. The memory of the sick room never vanished. Some evenings it still returned with enough force to redden her face in the dark. But now when it came, it arrived among other images rather than alone. And this changed the shape of sorrow. By the end of her life, Evelyn no longer asked whether she deserved peace. She asked instead whether Clara, if given one merciful hour of clear sight, would have wanted her younger sister to remain sentenced forever to the poorest sentence she ever spoke. The answer when it came was almost certainly no, and sometimes that was enough to let the candle burn steadily beside the shawl, without turning memory into a courtroom once again. So already, in these first stories, the night has shown us how the conscience works when pain is real. A father who lifted his hand once and kept hearing the strike inside the grain of wood long after the child had become a man. A midwife who delayed in rain and then built an altar to that delay in every year that followed. A son who sold land in fear and kept trying to make one contract explain an entire bloodline. A sister who let one bitter sentence outrank a lifetime of more complicated love. The mind does something fierce when it cannot bear what happened. It narrows. It takes one moment, one gesture, 1 hour, and hardens around it. Then it says, "This is the truest thing about you. This is the sentence that should remain lit forever." But human lives are never shaped by one moment alone, even when that moment matters. A wrong act may be real and still not contain the whole person. A failure may deserve grief and still not deserve endless inward execution. The conscience tells the truth best when it does not become obsessed with simplification. Tonight, if some scene from your own life keeps returning with old force, notice the way memory may have stripped away everything except the evidence that wounds you most. Notice how little room it leaves for weariness, fear, history, pressure, confusion, or the rest of the love that also existed in the room. This is not to excuse harm. It is only to see how quickly the soul can become cruel in the name of honesty. Outside, imagine the world gone quiet after rain. Roofs dark, trees holding the last drops along their branches, a lane empty under weak moonlight. Somewhere, a shutter not fully latched taps once, then again. The night does not erase what happened, it only widens the frame around it. And in that widening, another kind of seeing may begin. Story 5. The monk who hid his jealousy behind discipline. In a mountain monastery built of stone darkened by fog and long winters, there lived a monk named Brother Matthias. The monastery was not grand. Its bell tower leaned slightly to one side from an old lightning strike. The copy hall smelled of ink, wool, wax, and the damp mineral breath that rose from the lower walls in cold weather. At dawn, the brothers moved through its corridors like soft shadows, sandals whispering against worn boards, each man holding whatever private weather he had not yet brought under discipline. Brother Matthias had been there 21 years. He was considered reliable. He kept the account books neatly. He copied manuscripts with an unusually steady hand. He knew the order of feast days, herb stores, lamp oil tallies, chapel repairs, and the small hidden mechanisms by which communities remain outwardly peaceful. Younger monks were often sent to him for correction because his words were usually measured and his standards were exact. Exactness, however, can mask many things. The younger monk was named Julian. He arrived at 24, broad-shouldered, bright-faced, awkward at chores, but strikingly gifted in the one area Matthias secretly prized most: spiritual speech. When Julian stood to read during evening instruction, even the oldest brothers lifted their heads a little. He did not sound polished. He sounded clear. That was worse. Polished men can be dismissed. Clear ones are harder to resent honorably. The abbot began asking Julian to speak with visitors, then to assist with novices, then to read publicly on holy days when the village families crowded the chapel and the air filled with wet wool and candle smoke. None of this was improper. Julian was humble. He deferred easily. He sought advice. He thanked Matthias often. Yet each act of gratitude landed like salt on a hidden wound, because Matthias understood with humiliating speed that he was jealous of a man who admired him. Jealousy rarely presents itself honestly in disciplined souls. It prefers cleaner costumes. Matthias told himself he was concerned about Julian's immaturity. He told himself praise was arriving too early and could spoil the young monk's vocation. He told himself he was protecting the monastery from charm, protecting Julian from pride, protecting truth from performance. Each explanation contained a splinter of sincerity, which made the deeper dishonesty harder to detect. The first harmful act was small. A visiting prior requested copies of 2 sermons Julian had written for novices. Matthias, who managed the copy ledger that month, set the request aside and forgot it deliberately for 6 days. When the prior asked again, the abbot frowned and said Julian ought to be more organized about submitting his work. Julian accepted the rebuke with confusion and apology. Matthias felt a sour satisfaction rise in him so quickly that he almost became sick from recognizing it. He could have corrected the misunderstanding at once. He did not. After that, the acts remained minor enough to hide inside monastery life. A recommendation withheld, a scheduling note misplaced, a cautious remark offered to the abbot with just enough concern to redirect opportunity elsewhere. Never enough to ruin Julian visibly, only enough to keep his path from opening too easily. Each time Matthias justified himself more elaborately. The more spiritual the language became, the less trustworthy it was. Then winter brought a copying commission from a bishop's library in the south, a prestigious assignment that could have led to years of outside scholarly work. For whichever monk was chosen, Julian's name was discussed. So was Matthias's. In chapter meeting, the abbot asked for counsel. Matthias heard his own voice say, "Brother Julian has gifts." Yes, but perhaps gifts still in need of humbling. Solitude and ordinary labor may ripen him more than visibility just now. It was beautifully phrased, calm, thoughtful, poisoned. The assignment went to Matthias. That night, alone in the copy hall, he opened the shutters to let out the smell of lamp smoke and found that the cold air did nothing to quiet him. He had won the thing he wanted, yet peace did not come with it. He kept seeing Julian's face, earnest and almost relieved when the decision was announced, as if he trusted that whatever had happened must have been right for his soul. There is something especially terrible about harming a person who offers you trust. Matthias left for the bishop's library in spring. The work was quiet, prestigious, and beautifully suited to his talents. He should have flourished. Instead, the months tasted of ash. Every page he copied seemed to sharpen rather than soothe his conscience. The script of saints and theologians moved beneath his hand, while another text wrote itself more darkly underneath. You wanted holiness to disguise ambition. You wanted restraint to disguise envy. You injured a younger man and called it guidance. On returning to the monastery, he found Julian unchanged in the visible ways that had once inflamed him, still humble, still clear, still deferential. That constancy broke the last defense around Matthias's self-image. The confession came not in chapel, but in the bell tower at dawn. Julian had been sent to inspect a crack in one of the upper braces, and Matthias, seeing him climb the narrow stairs with a lantern, followed before he could talk himself out of it. The tower smelled of dust, cold stone, and old rope. Through the slats, morning spread slowly over the valley. "I have wronged you," Matthias said before Julian could even set the lantern down. Julian turned, startled. Matthias named what he had done, not every small act, but enough of them and enough of the motive beneath them that the truth became unmistakable. He spoke without decorative spiritual language this time. No talk of temptation, discernment, or subtle attachments. Only jealousy, manipulation, concealed injury. Julian listened with his hand still on the lantern handle. When Matthias finished, the younger monk looked stricken, less by outrage than by grief. Not dramatic grief, the quieter grief of trust, discovering it had been handled carelessly. "Why?" Julian asked at last. "Didn't you simply dislike me honestly?" The question landed so cleanly that Matthias nearly laughed from pain. "Because I needed to think well of myself," he answered. Julian lowered his eyes. The bell rope hung beside them, thick and still. Forgiveness did not arrive that morning, nor should it have. Julian said he needed time. He said the matter would need to be told to the abbot. He said he did not yet know what, if anything, would be restored. Matthias accepted this because confession is not payment. It is only the point where deception stops breeding. The abbot was grieved, but not surprised, in the way youthful idealists imagine holy men should be surprised. He reduced Matthias's responsibilities, removed him from teaching for a year, assigned him to kitchen labor and guest stable work, the least prestigious tasks in the monastery. Some brothers noticed the shift and made their own guesses. Others knew directly. No public scandal erupted, only the slower humiliation of being seen more accurately than before. At first, Matthias welcomed this almost greedily. Punishment felt clarifying. He scrubbed pots in winter water and told himself the discomfort was medicinal. He rose earlier than required, volunteered for harder chores, ate less, spoke less, and watched for any sign that his self-imposed severity might finally make him morally proportionate to what he had done. But harshness can become another disguise. One evening, the abbot found him in the outer yard, splitting wood alone long after dark. Snow lay blue along the wall edges. The axe struck too fast, each swing carrying more fervor than the work required. The abbot waited until Matthias stopped. "You are still protecting your pride," he said. Matthias, breathing hard in the cold, stared at him. "By punishing myself, by choosing a punishment that lets you remain central," the abbot answered. "You want your remorse to be impressive now." The accusation cut deeper than Matthias expected because it was true. Even guilt had become another theater in which he remained the main figure. "What then?" he asked quietly. "Serve truthfully," said the abbot. "Accept consequence. Repair what can be repaired. Stop lying about yourself, whether upward or downward. And stop treating self-hatred as if it were humility." This became the harder practice. During the following years, Matthias worked in lesser roles without trying to turn them into a dramatic pilgrimage of atonement. He apologized again to Julian when the younger monk was ready to hear more. He stopped claiming authority over the younger man's inner life. When Julian was later chosen to teach novices, Matthias said, "Yes, this is right," and meant it through the ache that remained. Their relationship never returned to innocence. Some forms of trust do not. Yet a quieter respect eventually grew where false hierarchy had once stood. Julian matured into the role Matthias had once tried to delay. Matthias learned to honor what he had envied without needing to possess it. Many years later, when age had bowed both men somewhat and the old abbot had died, Matthias sat again in the bell tower at dawn. Frost silvered the valley roofs. The rope smelled of hemp and dust. He thought of how long he had confused exactness with purity, guilt with repentance, punishment with transformation. The mistake had been real, so had the harm. Yet the deeper freedom came only after he stopped using either virtue or shame to keep his own image at the center of the story. In the cold morning light, he understood something simple enough to sound almost plain. Self-forgiveness had not begun when he suffered for what he had done. It had begun when he stopped protecting the version of himself who could not bear to be ordinary in his wrongdoing. And in that plainness, the bell finally seemed to ring through him rather than against him.
Story 6. The Mother Who Chose Silence at the Wrong Time. In a narrow apartment above a tailor shop in the city, there lived a woman named Grace and her teenage daughter, Lena. The apartment always carried several smells at once. Steam from rice on the stove, soap drying in chipped dishes by the sink, starch and pressed cloth rising from the tailor's workroom below. In summer, bus fumes drifting through the cracked window over the street. In winter, damp wool and radiator heat. Their life was not miserable, only tight. Tight in money, tight in space, tight in the way some families grow careful around one another because one loud argument can make the whole place feel uninhabitable. Grace had raised Lena mostly alone. There had once been a husband, then years of apology, promises, vanished wages, broken door frames, and finally departure. Not clean departure, not the kind that leaves order behind. More like a tide retreating with half the furniture and most of the trust. Afterward, Grace built her life around one principle: keep the peace where you can, because open conflict costs more than anyone ever admits. This principle helped them survive. It also prepared the ground for the mistake. Lena was 16 when trouble began with Grace's older brother, Victor. Victor had a booming voice, generous moods, and the dangerous habit of speaking as if authority naturally belonged to him in every room. He lent small sums when times were hard, brought groceries without being asked, fixed leaky taps, and then, in the same afternoon, insulted people so casually that by the time pain registered, he had already moved on to joking again. Grace grew up under his volume and had learned the old family art of reducing herself in order to end scenes quickly. Lena had not learned that art, at least not fully,
One Sunday after church, the family gathered in Victor's house for lunch. There was too much food on the table, children running in and out with sticky hands, and the usual layer of laughter stretched over older tensions. Lena had recently begun speaking about applying to an arts program across town, a possibility that made her incandescent when she forgot to fear it. Victor asked about it while carving roast chicken. Then he laughed and said, loud enough for everyone, "Art school. That is a lovely hobby, sweetheart. But maybe first learn something useful so your mother doesn't have to carry you forever." The table responded in the way families often do when one person wounds another predictably. A few uneasy smiles, one aunt saying, "Oh, hush," someone changing the subject too late. Lena's face changed color and then emptied. Grace saw all of it. She also saw Victor's jaw already set for argument if challenged. She saw the younger cousins listening. She saw the long afternoon ahead if voices rose. She felt in one old crushing rush the childhood knowledge that confronting Victor meant becoming the next target until the whole room was scorched. So she did what fear-trained peacemakers do. She reached for compromise. "He's only teasing," Grace said. "Eat before it gets cold." Lena looked at her as if the floor had shifted under both of them. That look did not leave Grace for years. It was not merely hurt. It was recognition. The sudden knowledge in a child that the person who should have stood up did not. Lunch continued badly. Victor kept talking. Plates were cleared. Dessert appeared. Lena spoke almost not at all. On the bus ride home, she sat by the window with both arms folded tightly across herself. The city moved past in wet glass streaks. Finally, she said, "You heard him." Grace answered in the weak, practical language of those who already know they failed. "I was trying not to make it worse." "For who?" Lena asked. Grace had no answer that did not sound like betrayal. At home, Lena shut herself in the bedroom they shared by a curtain divider at night. For 3 days, she spoke only when necessary. Then she resumed ordinary conversation, with a politeness so careful, it frightened Grace more than open anger would have. The deeper hurt revealed itself slowly. Lena stopped mentioning the arts program around family. Then she stopped mentioning it at all. When application deadlines passed, Grace noticed only because the forms remained stacked beneath the sugar tin where Lena had hidden them months earlier. By then, shame had grown vines around the subject. To name it would require stepping back into the moment Grace had failed to enter rightly the first time. Years passed. Lena found work. Competent work. Office work, the kind that does not insult a family budget. She became reliable, self-contained, kind, in guarded ways. Grace told herself children survive many disappointments. She told herself one afternoon could not possibly have changed a whole life. Yet every time Lena deflected praise, every time she withdrew from desire too quickly, every time Victor's name came up, and her daughter went carefully flat in the face. Grace felt the old bus window question return. For who? One winter evening, after Victor had been hospitalized for heart trouble, and the whole extended family had begun speaking of fragility in voices that did not erase decades of damage, Grace found herself at a bus stop with Lena after visiting the ward. Snow was trying and failing to become sleet. The shelter smelled of wet coats and old advertisements. Traffic hissed through dirty slush. Victor had made one of his half apologies from the hospital bed that afternoon, a grand, vague statement about having sometimes been too strong a personality. Everyone accepted it because illness softens standards in families desperate for peace. Lena had said almost nothing. At the bus stop, Grace heard herself say, "I should have defended you that day." Lena did not turn immediately. She kept watching the road. "Yes," she said. No accusation followed. Just that single word, simple as a nail. Grace swallowed. "I was afraid of your uncle. I was afraid of the whole room turning. I told myself I was protecting us from a worse fight, but really I was protecting myself from the feeling of being 12 again with him." The bus did not come. Snow ticked against the shelter roof. "I know," Lena said after a while. "That was part of what hurt." Grace felt tears start before she could stop them. "I saw you shrink," she whispered, "and I helped it happen." This time Lena turned. Her face had grown older than Grace still knew how to hold in her mind. Not hard exactly, just practiced at not needing too much. "You didn't make him say it," Lena answered. "But you told me in that moment that keeping things smooth mattered more than keeping me safe. There are sentences a mother hears only once and never stops hearing." Grace covered her mouth with one gloved hand. The buses passed half full, lit from within like moving rooms no one had invited them into. "I cannot give you that day back," she said. "No," Lena replied. "You can't." The bluntness of it, strange as it was, helped. There would be no false repair here, no sentimental bridge laid over a true fracture. Then Lena added, "But you can stop pretending it was kindness. That was the real beginning." After that evening, Grace started practicing a different kind of courage, the ordinary kind she should have used long before. When Victor spoke over Lena, Grace interrupted him. When relatives tried to flatten old harms into harmless family style, Grace refused. Not loudly at first. Her voice shook. Her face flushed. She often felt ridiculous, like an older woman rehearsing a backbone she should already have grown, but each time she chose truth over smoothness, some old knot loosened. She also apologized to Lena more than once, not to wear the apology into meaninglessness, but because she came to understand that repair is not one speech. It is a pattern, a changed posture, a new reliability Where cowardice once lived, Lena did not become a soft, forgiving daughter overnight. That was not her work to perform for her mother's comfort. Yet over the years, something small and real changed between them. Grace noticed that her daughter began little by little to speak desires aloud again. A ceramics class first, then a design course taken at night, then freelance work done on weekends at the kitchen table, the one still marked by old coffee rings and school book scratches. Grace sometimes grieved not only the moment at Victor's table, but the quiet consequences that followed it, the applications never sent, the years of unnecessary self-doubt. Yet she learned slowly that grief does not deepen a relationship unless it is willing to become presence. To remain forever the guilty mother in her own imagination would have been easier than becoming the truthful mother in real time. On a spring afternoon, many years later, she visited Lena's small studio, a bright rented room that smelled of paper, paint, and dust, warmed by sun. Designs hung along one wall. The windows looked over a courtyard where children chalked circles on the pavement. Grace stood in the doorway and felt the familiar ache rise. Not because Lena had made something of herself despite that old injury, but because the room quietly proved how much had once been endangered by one cowardly sentence. Lena came over with 2 mugs of tea and handed one to her mother. "You okay?" she asked. Grace nodded, then shook her head, then laughed at herself. "I was just thinking about how long it took me to understand that silence can also be a kind of harm." Lena looked around the studio. Light caught in the rims of stacked jars on the shelf. "Most people don't like that kind of lesson," she said. "No," Grace answered. "They don't." But she no longer said this from the old apartment of endless self-indictment. She said it from a more grounded place, where the truth of the past remained sharp, but had begun to serve attention rather than punishment. That night, back in her own kitchen, Grace sat alone for a few minutes after washing the cups. The window over the sink reflected her face dimly against the dark. She thought of all the years she had used peacekeeping as an honorable name for fear. She thought of the bus stop, the shelter roof ticking with sleet, Lena's voice saying, "Stop pretending it was kindness." And she understood at last that forgiveness, if it was ever to come, would not arrive through repeated self-accusation alone. It would come through this harder, quieter thing, seeing cowardice plainly, calling it by its name, and then no longer choosing it when love required speech. Story 7. The Teacher Who Broke One Boy with Public Shame. At the edge of a farming town, there stood a schoolhouse with 2 classrooms, a bell hung under a simple roofed frame, and windows that rattled whenever spring winds came across the fields. Mr. Hale taught the older children there for 31 years. He was remembered by different people in very different ways. Some called him disciplined and fair. Others called him hard. He prized order, slates clean, shoes lined by the wall, recitations spoken clearly, mistakes corrected at once so they would not harden into laziness. Parents approved because he seemed to pull seriousness out of boys who might otherwise have wandered toward uselessness. There was truth in this. There was also vanity. Mr. Hale liked being the kind of man whose standards could alter other people's children. The boy was named Samuel Reed. Samuel was 13, thin, bright, and painfully poor, in the way that shows itself not only in clothes, but in vigilance. His cuffs were often frayed. He arrived early because home was colder than the classroom in winter. He read quickly when alone, but stumbled when called on in front of others. Shame made his mind trip over facts it already knew. Mr. Hale recognized the boy's intelligence almost at once. He also recognized, with impatience rather than tenderness, the fragility wrapped around it. A child like that, he believed, needed toughening. One noon in late August, when flies drifted lazily through the warm room and the chalk dust clung to sweat at the back of every neck, Mr. Hale called Samuel to the slate board for a geometry problem the boy had missed in written work twice that week. Samuel came forward already flushed. The class quieted with the alert stillness children always bring to another child's public risk. Mr. Hale dictated the problem. Samuel wrote the first line correctly. Then his hand paused. The room lengthened around him. A bead of sweat slid from his temple. Someone in the back coughed. "What next?" Mr. Hale asked. Samuel said nothing. "You knew this at your desk." Still nothing. Mr. Hale felt the old irritation rise, partly with the boy, partly with the whole theatrical helplessness of young shame. He mistook visible distress for unwillingness. That is one of authority's common sins. At last he said, loud enough for every child to hear, "It is a sad thing to watch a good mind hide inside cowardice." A few children looked down at once. One girl winced. Samuel stood utterly still. Mr. Hale continued, "Because once cruelty discovers righteousness, it often becomes eloquent. If you choose fear every time your knowledge is asked to stand up, then do not expect the world to treat you as if you possess any." The words went into the room like nails. Samuel finished the problem badly. The children copied the corrected solution. The bell rang for dismissal. On the surface, the afternoon ended normally. But something had shifted. The next week, Samuel stopped raising his hand altogether. Soon after, he began missing days. His mother sent a note about headaches, then another about extra work needed at home. By harvest, he had left school entirely. Mr. Hale told himself the departure had many causes: poverty, farm labor, family needs. the ordinary waste of promising children in rural districts. All of that may have been partly true. Yet whenever he remembered the boy's face at the board, he felt a tiny inward flinch he never quite named. Years passed, classes came and went, new children rose and stumbled under his methods. Mr. Hale retired with polite speeches, a watch from the council, and a framed note praising his decades of service. He moved into 2 quiet rooms behind his widowed sister's house and took to long walks by the canal because old routines do not vanish simply because employment ends. One autumn morning, he entered the general store and found Samuel Reed there as a grown man, lifting sacks from a cart. He was broad-backed now, weathered, courteous, with the contained politeness of someone who long ago learned not to expect ease in rooms governed by others. Mr. Hale recognized him immediately. Samuel, after a moment, recognized him too. They exchanged the usual town words. "How are you?" "Still in the district. Your mother well before she passed?" "Work steady enough." Then, because age sometimes strips cover away, Mr. Hale said, "You were a strong student once." Samuel gave a small smile that was not warm. "I suppose." The storekeeper moved to the far shelves. Grain dust floated in the shaft of light by the door. "I have sometimes wondered," Mr. Hale said, "whether I made school harder for you than it already was." Samuel set down the sack. He did not rush to comfort the older man. For that alone, Mr. Hale felt grateful. "You want the honest answer?" "Yes." "You did." There it was, plain as floorboards. Samuel rested one hand on the cart handle. "When you called me a coward in front of everyone, I believed you longer than I should have. Not because I thought you were right about my character, because you were the man in the room who knew things, and I was the boy trying not to disappear." Mr. Hale felt the back of his neck grow hot. "I thought I was trying to stiffen you," he said. "I know," Samuel answered. "That was part of the problem. You weren't trying to humiliate me for pleasure. You thought humiliation was useful. No one had ever phrased it that way before. It landed with devastating accuracy." Samuel continued, quieter now. "I might have left school anyway. We were poor. My father was ill. There was work. You weren't the only reason. But after that day, I stopped thinking of learning as a place I could stand upright in front of other people." The words entered Mr. Hale and remained. "I am sorry," he said. Samuel nodded once, not forgiving, not refusing, only acknowledging the sentence had finally been spoken in the right direction. That evening, Mr. Hale walked by the canal until dusk turned the water the color of old metal. He thought of how often he had called severity honesty, as though embarrassment were the same as instruction. He thought of all the children who had survived his sharpness and been used inwardly as evidence that it must therefore have been good. He thought of the easier stories authority tells itself, when consequences cannot be neatly measured. For weeks afterward, he wrote and rewrote a letter to Samuel that he never sent, not because apology was unnecessary, but because he sensed the letter's first drafts were still more about easing himself than respecting the grown man who had already carried enough of his influence. Eventually, he delivered a shorter note by hand at the store. No defense, no mention of intentions, only acknowledgement that he had mistaken public shame for correction and had used power badly. Samuel did not write back. Months later, however, he nodded to Mr. Hale in the road with a steadiness that contained less distance than before. It was not redemption. It was not absolution. It was perhaps only proof that truth, when finally spoken without vanity, can stop causing fresh harm. In his remaining years, Mr. Hale volunteered at the school once a week, helping children with reading in a back room where no one was ever corrected in front of others. He discovered, to his surprise and sorrow, how much clearer frightened minds become when dignity is left intact. This realization never ceased to pain him, yet it also saved him from a worse fate, becoming a man who mistakes never rethinking himself for strength. And so the old teacher lived with his mistake honestly, not by denying the wound it made, but by refusing to turn away from what it had taught too late. Story 8. The Ferryman Who Lived Long Enough to Tell the Truth. At the far bend of a wide brown river, there had once been a ferry crossing that mattered before bridges came. The dock was simple: 2 timber platforms, a winch, thick rope, a hut with warped boards, and a stove that smoked in wet weather. For decades, a man named Elias ran the crossing. In youth, he had been large and weather steady, with hands shaped by rope burn, current, and winter cold. By old age, he had become quieter, thinner, and slightly bent in the left shoulder from years of pulling against the river's stubborn moods. Ferry work teaches a particular morality. You learn weight, timing, risk. The way panic spreads if your voice does, the way one wrong choice in bad weather can kill more than the person who begged you for it. Elias had made hundreds of judgment calls over the years. Go now. Wait 10 minutes. Not with that load. Tie the horse better. Leave the cart. Take the child first. His reputation rested on prudence. People said he knew the river better than he knew himself. That claim turned out not to be true. The storm came in late autumn, many years before the bridges. Wind drove low across the water all afternoon, flattening the surface into a dark, muscular sheen. By evening, rain had begun, and the upriver current carried branches, silt, and once the whole broken half of a fence line spinning past, like evidence that somewhere else things had already gone badly. Elias had nearly closed the ferry for the night when a man came running down the dock path with one small case in his hand and fear so plain on his face that even now, in old age, Elias would sometimes see that expression before sleep. The man said his wife was across the river, ill and worsening. He had delayed in town and now needed to cross immediately. He would pay double, triple, anything. Elias looked at the river and saw only risk. The current was wrong. The wind was turning sideways. Darkness was thickening too fast. Taking the ferry out in that weather with just one passenger might have been possible, but not safe, and not safe enough felt to Elias like not safe at all. He refused. The man pleaded. He named the farm. He named the wife. He swore he could help with the rope. He said if Elias would only get him halfway, he could manage the rest from the lower bank path. Elias refused again, more sharply this time, because urgency in others often hardens into authority in those who believe themselves responsible for caution. The man cursed him then, not theatrically, just with the raw desperation of a person whose fear has nowhere else to go. He turned and ran downriver toward the older ford path, the one no sensible traveler used in storm season. Elias shouted after him once, whether a warning or an insult, he could never afterward decide. By morning, the man's body was found caught in willow roots, a mile downriver. There were witnesses enough to establish the outline. He had tried the ford. The bank gave way. The current took him before anyone could reach him. No formal blame fell on Elias. In fact, most people defended him. The crossing had been dangerous. A ferryman was not obliged to die because another man begged badly. Prudence was not murder. The widow herself, when she later came by to collect her husband's case from the hut, said only, in a face gone blank from larger shock, he should not have tried the ford. Yet the conscience is not always persuaded by public reasoning. For Elias, the scene remained open, not because he believed he had pushed the man into the river, because he could no longer tell whether refusal had been wisdom, pride, or fear disguised as professionalism. Had he been truly careful? Or had he hidden just for one fatal moment behind the authority of rules because another person's desperation was too demanding to bear? He kept working the ferry for 20 more years. He watched children grow into adults and then bring their own children to the dock. He survived 3 floods, 1 broken wrist, 2 boat replacements, and the eventual decline of the crossing when a bridge opened downstream. Outwardly, life continued in all the usual ways, but some nights, especially in autumn when rain moved sideways across the river and the hut stove smoked low, he would hear the man's voice again, not the words exactly, only the shape of pleading. Old age simplified Elias's routines, but not his memory. After the ferry closed for good, he kept the hut as a kind of shelter and visited it in evenings to sit by the dead crossing. The rope remained, though no one pulled it. The platforms creaked under weather alone. Reeds gathered where traffic once churned the banks. A young priest from the district began visiting him sometimes, partly out of duty, partly because Elias knew the river stories
and the priest suspected that lonely elders often guarded deeper things than weather recollections. One dusk, when the water lay dull under a copper sky and geese were moving overhead in long, broken lines, Elias told him. Not elegantly, just directly. A man begged. I refused. He tried the ford. He died. The priest listened until the river had almost lost its light. Do you think you killed him? He asked. Elias stared at the far bank. I think I might have saved him and didn't. The priest nodded. That is not the same sentence. No, Elias said, but it has sat in the same chair for years. They remained silent a while longer. At last the priest asked, Why did you really refuse? Elias was an old man now. He had exhausted the convenient answers long ago. Because I was afraid, he said, not only of the river, of being responsible in front of witnesses if it went wrong, of being dragged under for one stranger, of making an exception that would show me I was not as brave as people said. There, the truest layer plain at last. The priest did not soften in false reassurance. Then keep that truth, he said. But do not turn it into a throne where you sit judging yourself for the rest of your life. If you refused from fear mixed with caution, then name fear as fear. Mourn the man. Pray for him, tell the story cleanly, and stop pretending endless self-condemnation is the same thing as honor. Elias let out a rough breath. The reeds shifted in the evening wind. What if I do not deserve peace? The priest looked at the blackening water. Deserve has very little to do with whether a soul is allowed to stop repeating one wound forever. That winter, Elias began a habit he had resisted for years. On the storm's anniversary, he lit a lantern in the old hut and said the man's name aloud. Then he spoke his own part clearly. I refused you. I was afraid. I have carried you badly and secretly for too long. May you be held in more mercy than I knew how to offer. No voice answered. No mystical release came over the river, but secrecy loosened. The story no longer prowled only inside him. It had been brought into human hearing, into prayer, into weather and light. This mattered. In his final autumn, Elias could no longer walk to the dock without resting twice along the path. One evening he sat on the bench outside the hut while mist climbed from the river and blurred the opposite bank until it looked almost imagined. He thought of all the years he had spent asking the scene to yield a cleaner moral than life was willing to provide. Cowardice, prudence, responsibility, failure. The truth had always been mixed. That was part of what made it unbearable. Now, with death no longer theoretical, he saw more plainly that the point had never been to decide whether he belonged among monsters or good men. The point was to stop hiding from the fact that on one stormy evening, he had chosen fear
and then to stop using that fact as a blade against himself forever. When darkness thickened fully, Elias rose, lifted the lantern, and closed the hut door softly behind him. Now the stories begin to change their temperature, not because the harms were smaller in these later lives. They were not. A jealous monk quietly bent another man's path. A mother chose silence and taught her daughter what unprotected love feels like. A teacher used shame as if it were discipline. A ferryman let caution and fear braid together until another man ran toward death alone. The shift is elsewhere. It lies in what happened after concealment began to fail. Again and again. Mercy did not begin where the mistake was denied. It began where disguise weakened, where a person stopped calling fear wisdom, stopped calling passivity peace, stopped calling humiliation instruction, stopped calling self-hatred integrity. The guilt remained, but it changed posture. It no longer stood only as judge, it became witness. This matters in the night, because darkness often persuades the mind that punishment is the only honest thing left to do. If the past cannot be repaired, then at least it says keep hurting, keep replaying, keep the sentence active. Do not let yourself become comfortable, because comfort would mean corruption. But there is another way a conscience can stay awake. Not as executioner, as keeper of a difficult truth carried without lies. Imagine now a river after the last ferry has stopped moving, a schoolhouse gone dark, a city kitchen with one cup drying by the sink, a bell tower before dawn, a bus shelter emptied of old weather. These places remain after harm. They do not erase what was done. They simply go on existing, waiting to see whether the human heart can tell the truth without continuing to kneel beneath its own raised hand. And if the heart can do that even a little, then rest may come closer. So now we return to the quiet room where you are lying. Perhaps by this hour, the house has settled. Pipes cooling in the wall, a distant motor fading, a dog barking once, and then no more. The body wanting sleep, but the mind still touching one old scene like a sore tooth. The argument, the silence, the face you remember, the hour you came late, the thing you broke, the person you were or failed to be when life asked more of you than you knew how to give. Nothing in these stories says the past did not matter. It mattered very much. The father really struck. The midwife really delayed. The brother really sold. The sister really wounded. The monk really sabotaged. The mother really failed to defend. The teacher really shamed. The ferryman really refused. Truth remains truth even in the dark. But another truth has been sitting nearby all along. A human life is not made holier by endless inward whipping. One wrong act can wound the world. It cannot by itself contain the whole measure of a soul, unless the soul keeps returning to it and building a throne there. Maybe you have done something that still needs repair. If so, let repair be real where it still can be. Speak, admit, return what can be returned. Name cowardice as cowardice. Name harm as harm. Do not hide behind clever language or spiritual perfume. But where repair is no longer possible, where the person is gone, or the hour has passed beyond all earthly mending, then another task begins. Not erasing, not excusing, not pretending innocence, only this, laying down the judge's hammer when it has already struck the same block 1,000 times. You do not honor the harmed by becoming an endless theater of self-punishment. You do not honor truth by stripping away every other truth that lived beside the worst one. You do not become more moral simply because you remain more merciless toward yourself. There is a sorrow that clarifies, and there is a sorrow that only repeats. Tonight, if you can, let the repeating kind grow a little quieter. Imagine your old mistake not vanishing, but being set down in a room larger than accusation, a room with a lamp low on the table, a chair by the wall, night air at the window, the memory present but no longer shouting. The self that committed the wrong still answerable, still human, still mortal, and no longer condemned to rehearse the same sentence until dawn for proof of seriousness. If tears come, let them. If no tears come, let that be all right too. Some guilt leaves not by weeping, but by fatigue, by finally understanding that punishment has reached the point of emptiness and can no longer feed the dead or heal the living. So loosen your hands, let your mouth unclench, let the breath move lower. Somewhere beyond your walls, trees are standing in the dark without defending themselves. A road lies empty. A river keeps its own counsel. A window holds one small square of reflected moonlight. The world has not forgotten how to continue, even when you have. Tonight you are allowed to tell the truth and still rest. You are allowed to remember and still lie down. You are allowed to grieve what you did and still stop, standing trial for it every night. Let the old scene move a little farther from the bed. Let the judge step out of the room. Let the one who remains be only a tired human being beneath a blanket, breathing. And if mercy comes, do not push it away, only because it arrives softly. Sometimes softness is the bravest thing left. Sleep, if sleep will come, and if it comes slowly, let it find you with the hammer finally laid down in the dark. Good night.